In React, we will have something like this, and I hope some of you have something like this. Even like actually, this one is this project is not finished, but you basically have app that contains the top bar, the recent donations, the progress, and the donation form, right? We're gonna see that app will end up being a class component, and we want to understand why. So, any questions up until this point about maybe the conceptual, the tree, the components, and up to here, where we have app rendering these children? Also, like a question that I got earlier is like, what determines that a component is child of another component? What will be like? Who can like answer that question for us? What determines that a component is a child of another component? Sure.
If you use the component by the render of the current component.
So yeah, that's correct. So if a component is in the render of any other component, then let's say we have component A and component B. If component B is in the render function, is invoked in the render function of component A, then that makes component B a child of component A, right? And this is the same as with just regular divs. If it's nested, if something is nested, we say that is a child element, right? So in here we can think of the parent is app, and app has 4 children. Because app is containing these other 4 elements, right? In fact, if we go to like the inspector and we see the final HTML that React outputted, we're gonna see a div app within another div called toolbar. I think I did it like that. Let's see. Let me run this app. Let's run this app.
Can you like show your code live?
Thank you, yeah.
Are you recording today's?
I am recording. And I'm also going to share this so that you can follow along. Cool. So, I actually did some CSS in here. But let me show you this. Inspect. If we go to the elements, we inspect the body, we see that there is this root element, then inside of there's app, and literally there's 4 other divs. There is a div that I call toolbar, recent donations, progress, and donation form. This, actually this is too small. This is the app div that has 4 other divs in it. It has toolbar, recent donations, progress. This, if we go to toolbar, the toolbar component is a functional component that has just the class name toolbar, and this section, we can ignore that for now. But this is a div that is this div here at the top. Then recent donations, if I go back to recent donations, app.js. Also, did you know that you could go to any component or any file actually if you do command click on its name, it opens up that file automatically. So if I do command click here, it opens the recent donations file, which is a really good shortcut. you can see that this one, recent donations, I have a functional component that just returns a div and it's empty. Doesn't have anything else. It's a div with the class name of recent donations. And that's basically all the others. Form is the only one that it has something, I think. If you look at progress, this is a functional component that is just returning a div with a class name of progress. And if we go to donation form, we see a form element. Cool. Questions up until this point? Okay, so once we have the components, even though they are just empty, they're just divs. What I did here was lay them out with grid. I basically divided this, I think, into a grid of 3. Let's look at the CSS. Yeah, like if we look at here, I divided this into 2 columns and 3 rows for like the layout. I did like 2 columns, which is like something like here, and 3 columns, which is 2 columns and 3 rows. The first row here, the second row here. And this allows me to give this layout basically. I have 2 columns and 3 rows. And with just CSS, I can say the top bar, I want it to go from grid column 1 to grid column 3, right? So that GoFundMe occupies the entire the first row, which is the 2 columns. Then the recent donations, I said I want the recent donations to go from grid row line 2 to line 4, which means, so if you remember the lining, this is like line 1, line 2, line 3. This is line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. So here I'm saying, with the grid row, I'm saying I want the recent donations to go from grid row 2 to grid row 4, which makes it from here to here. And then I think that's it. The others will just accommodate where they are. This box here will be the progress, and this box here is the form. Any questions up until this point? Cool. So let's look at now. You probably started, raise your hand if you started with the form and maybe setting the state in the form. Okay, so I think that was one of that's what I would have started when I was learning. So I started with the form, and let's look at the form that I have. You probably have something similar. Let's do donation form. So here I have donation form. It's currently a class component, meaning it can have state. And I have 3 properties. I have name, caption, and amount, because I want to keep in state the text that the user puts in through these input boxes. Right? We see that amount starts at 5, caption and name start as empty strings. Then I have 3 event listeners that I'm going to use later. Handle name, that is going to listen for events on the input box on change. When change happens, this function gets called on the name input. When change happens on the caption input, this function gets called. When changes happen on the range input, which is that slider, this function is going to be called. And we can hear here, I left a comment here that I hope you will inspect, which is how I could listen for all these, how I could handle all these three inputs with one event listener, with the same event listener, so that instead of having like three separate ones. I think it's questions here.
You put your state inside of the component for the form?
Yes, but that is, we're gonna move it later. We're gonna move it to app. But I want to see why we want to move it to app.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, I was getting, I freaked out for a second.
Cool. So now let's look at the render of these components. So the render is just this structuring from the state, the name, caption, and amount properties. Also, I think I have heard of you calling this deconstructing. It's not deconstructing, it's destructuring. Yeah. And so here what we see is there is a div with a class name of donation form, and immediately after that div we just have a form. There's just one form there. Regular form, I have some labels for the name, and then I have an input with an ID of name, a name of name, a type text, an onChange event listener, which is going to be that one that we defined before, which is the function handle name, which going back is this function here. And the value that is going to be the name that comes from the state that we destructure here. And I just basically repeat this step for all the inputs. So this is the input for caption, has an ID and a name, a type text, an onChange, and a value. And it's even the exact same. Well, there's some differences on the range. So this is the input, this is the slider. An ID name type is different, type is range to give me the slider. And with type range, we get min and max, which is what is the minimum from that range and the max. So in here, I hard-coded these two values from 0 to 1,000. And that means that this slider, I can move it, start at 0, and then it goes up to 100, to 1,000. Right? Last thing here, that I have here is the span tag. This could be a p tag that just reflects the amount that I have. So this is this sort of like display in here that we get, so that when I move this value here updates. Cool. So any questions maybe about the form, about the state, about the input type range? So who can walk us through what happens, what is the flow when somebody moves this slider? What happens internally? What are the things that are going on? Char?
The state changes, and once it's moved, it calls a function.
Okay, say more about that. Like, what function is the one that gets called?
Handle amount.
Handle amount. Okay, and what does that function do?
It says it changed the amount, the current amount to whatever is on the event that's target value.
Right, which is whatever is on the slider.
Yeah.
So the flow here is when you move this thing, what the user is doing by moving this is firing an onChange event in the input, which causes the function associated, or the listener function, to be called, because we have a function that, this one, the handle amount function, is set to be called whenever the input changes, right? This function, this handle amount, will set the state, right? And what does setting the state causes? What does it cause when you set the state? What happens immediately after you set the state? Yeah.
Refresh? No.
Render again. And this is how we are able to get this immediate feedback of this thing updating in real, sort of like in real time, that I change the slider and I see the number going up and down. That is because changing the slider sets the state which causes render to be called again. And we have this span here that is just displaying the amount, whatever amount the range or the whatever value the amount is at. And that's how we can get this real feedback there. Okay, so far, let's look at what we have here. If I go to components, on my React developer tools, I want to inspect the state of my components. So let's go here, app. So we can see that app.js, the main component or the container component, doesn't have any state. Top bar doesn't have any state. Recent donations, no state. Progress, no state. Donation form has state, however, that we see here. We see that it has amount, a caption, and a name. Here, I just want to verify that this is working. So if I type in something here, like broccoli, the name now on state should have updated. If I put in a caption, good luck, the caption is updated. If I change the slider, the amount is updated. So here I just wanted to verify that my input boxes are connected to my state, that when I change anything in the input box, it changes in state. It's something that you always want to verify, that you have stuff well connected. Cool. Okay, any questions up until this point? Here, great. So here, I guess the next thing is, okay, I want to hit this button and I want stuff to happen, right? Right now, my button is, when I hit the button, my page refreshes. Why is that? Disable the thing. Somebody can put a word on or a name on that. Prevent default. How do we prevent the default behavior on a form? Do this. So we will need a submit event listener that will listen for whenever the form is submitted. And whenever the form is submitted, we want to prevent the default and do something else. So maybe let's do that. Here, I'm just going to create a function called handle submit event. Event is oftentimes abbreviated to just E, because once you get used to like dealing with event listeners, you know that there's the event, you just call it E, like that. Let's do that here. And what I want to do is e.prevent default. And now this function I'm going to use as the onSubmit event listener in the form. Handle submit. Let's maybe also have like a console log here. Form submitted. Right, so in here in the form, I have added an event listener to listen for the onSubmit event. Now, as I go back to my form, I try to click to submit the form, and my page is not refreshing. I should see a console log saying form submitted. Cool, so we prevented the default. Note here that we don't, in here, since we could have an event listener to listen for click on the button, but it's better if you have an event listener to listen for the click, the form to be submitted. What that causes is that when you fill out the form, like somebody that is not using mouse, this is for accessibility reasons, they may not be able to use the mouse. They will use only the keyboard or a system to move around with the keyboard. I can enter everything. I can fill out this form with only my keyboard without having to use the mouse by saying broccoli, then tab, then the caption, good, then I hit tab again, and now the slider is selected and I can move it with my arrow keys. And then at any time I could hit enter to submit the form. If you have an on-click on the button, then the enter will not submit the form, which is why 9 out of 10 you want to listen for a submit event on the form rather than a click on the button. When I click this button will automatically, this is the way in which HTML on the web works, automatically try to submit the form. So I don't need to listen for click on the button. It's better to click it for to listen for submit on the form. Questions up until now? Okay, so now the problem is, okay, when I click this, what I want is I want this donation to appear on my donation list. Maybe let me add here sort of like maybe an H6 or H that says, just so to put a title there, recent donations. Right. We want, so these are recent donations area. We want, when we submit this form, we want to add a list item to a list that should appear here, right? So that we keep track of the recent donations. But not only we want that, we also want the progress that we'll have here updated. Let me also do like an H6 here. Right. So the donation form, we want that when we click this button on this component to other components to be affected, to render a new item on the recent donations and update the progress to maybe by $50 or whatever amount the user picked here. And that is the problem that props solve, basically. And another way to express that is, like, we have the donation form here. We have the amount that the user entered, the name, etc. And we want this information that we have here to affect the progress or the recent donation components. The problem is that communication between siblings directly is not possible unless it's through the parent. So what happens, or the flow that we're going to need to follow, is the donation form will communicate with the parent with app, and then app will pass in the information to recent donations, to the recent donation list as well as progress. So again, we can't really communicate. Siblings can't communicate directly if we think of unless it's through a common ancestor. In this case, app. Right, and that's also sort of represented by these lines. There is no line directly connecting these two. The connection happens through the parent. Cool. So in this case, then we are in the exact same place that we were on the props lesson, which is we had a button on the component, like when we did the clicker part, where the plus and minus buttons, where we have something in one component, in a child component, that we want it to affect the state of the parent component. So this goes back to your point. It was or actually no, I think it was Michael, of using event listeners pass as props. Also, something I forgot to mention is like maybe this goes without saying, but I think still worth mentioning. The top bar, like the responsibilities of these components that we see here. The responsibility of the top bar is just to display information that is not going to change. So this is sort of static. Now the responsibility of the progress section is at the baseline, just display information, just display the current progress. It doesn't do anything else. Just like in functions, we want components to do only one thing. The way you want functions to do only one thing, you want components to do one thing, at most two. But once you have a component that does more than that, then you have a lot of complexity and bugs starting to appear. So the responsibility of this component is just to display information. The responsibility of this component is to render, also just display information, render a list of the recent donations that we're going to need to keep somewhere. And the responsibility of the form is to take user input, and somehow update the state so that when the form is submitted, then the other places updates. The recent donation updates with a new item, and the progress updates with an increased volume. So those are the responsibilities of these components. And then here, like, the question is, well, how do we get information from this form component that we have here onto the recent donation? And one more time, communication between sibling components is not possible unless through the parent, or in parentheses, just any common ancestor. So if you want to have shared information between components, as long as they have somewhere out in the tree, this one is like a small tree, an ancestor, then they can share information through there. So what this, so I think I had added some comment. Let me see. So let me go to a different branch that I had before. And I think here I left some questions, so I wanted to explore with you. So we want the progress component to display the goal amount, which is maybe like this thing that I define here as A and B. We want the progress component to display the goal amount and the raised amount so far. The problem is, but these amounts are affected by the donations submitted through the form, right? And how do we have the donation for component affect the amount displayed on the progress when the form is submitted? That's the question that we are currently on. And the answer is prof and lifting the state up. And we're gonna see what that means. So this problem that we currently have tells us that this is telling us that we can't keep the goal or the raised amount only in the state of progress or only in the state of the donation form. We can't keep the raise or the goal amount only on one of these components, because then the problem is if the amounts are kept in progress, then how is donation form going to be able to update when a new donation is submitted? Now, if the amounts are kept in the donation form, how are we going to be able to display it and update them in the progress? So, cool. And then this is something that I already said. Okay, so let's think about only the fact that, let's say we have these numbers here, and we want, when sort of like the first question, we want this amount, the raised amount, to increase when we hit this button, and to increase by whatever amount we specified on the slide, right? So let's think of like only that. We want, when I submit the button, before thinking of like, oh, I need to add the donation to the donations list, and I want to update the progress, let's just focus on updating the progress. So let's say I want to submit this form and I want progress to go up, right? So then we're saying, okay, so the goal amount and the raised amount cannot live on only one, like it cannot live on the donation form. Also, it cannot live on the progress component. And by living, I mean those components having the state where the amount raised and the goal amount are kept. And as I said earlier, because if those amounts are in the progress, or if those amounts live in the progress, how are you going to update them from the donation form? And if those amounts are in the donation form, how are you going to be able to display it in the progress, right? So the answer then is just move whenever you feel like, and this is going to be very common, when you feel that components need to share information, what you do is lifting the state up. And what that means is, okay, I see that this information is to be shared between this component and this component. What do they have in common? They have in common the parent. So the parent is the one that is going to share the information with the two children. So that's what we want to do. Like, we know that information needs to be shared between these two components. What's the only way to share that information is through the parent. So what this is telling us then is that we need to keep the goal amount and the raised amount in app state. Then once it's in app state, then we can have app can give a function to the donation form for the donation form to when the donation form is submitted, to update the raised amount, which is, so let's do that. Any questions up until this point? Whenever you're thinking, how do I get information from component A and to component B, where component A and B are siblings, the answer is the parent. You just put that information. If it wants to be shared, you just put it on whatever they have in common, which is their parent. Mm-hmm. Cool. So let's then do an app. We know that an app needs to hold our application state. It needs to hold the raised amount and the target amount, or the goal amount that I call. So let's do that here then. Let's say now app, instead of a function, now we will need to hold state Therefore, I need to change this to be a class component. So I'm going to say class app extends React that component. And then I remember that all classes must have one function. What is that function called? Render. Oops. Let me close the class down here. Render return. I open in the class down here, and we have a class with a render function. As we refresh, we see that nothing really changed. We just converted this functional component to a class component. Now this component needs to have state. So I'm going to call the constructor. And I'm going to call super because we are inheriting from the React component class. And here I'm going to define a state. My state is going to have a raised amount that will maybe start at 0 and a goal amount that, let's say, starts at, say, 5,000, just because that's, I think, the example. Cool, so we have now two properties. Also, like, just looking ahead, we know that we're going to need to keep track of all the donations. We need to know that, we know that we need a list for keeping track of all these donations. So what would be a good data structure to keep a list? An array, right? That's the most basic. We could also implement, just use the linked list because linked lists are good for keeping lists. So in this case, let's also maybe do just sort of looking ahead. I'm going to call it donation history. Or just donations. And this is going to be an array where we're going to put in donation objects. Cool. But so right now, let's focus on, like, whenever I hit the form, I submit the form, I want the raised amount to go up. And this is what I was saying earlier. This is no different from when we had the button on a separate component and we just had the button for the clicker lesson, where we had the button on a separate component, and when you click, it updates the state of the parent, right? Cool. So since we have these two, even before we think about how to update the raised amount, let's say I want to display this in here in my progress. How do I pass this from the app component to the children progress as props? Joanne? For this, actually, we won't need a function, because what I want to do is, I want in progress, I want to display this $0 raised towards $5,000. So I want to put these numbers like here, basically. This is my progress component, and I want to say 0. From 1,000. It doesn't just display the information. How can I pass this information, 0 and 5,000, that currently I have living in app, to my progress component? Joy? Props, cool. Yes, that's the correct answer. How do I write those? How do I write that? I'll pass props as an argument. Okay, so you mean in the progress component?
Yeah, as in like an attribute.
Oh, as in like an attribute, right? That's correct. So this is how we pass props. So to pass props to progress, I foresee that, well, in this case it's just two, but I always like to do it in multiple lines. So we want to pass two props, the raised amount and the goal amount. So Joey, go ahead. What do I type in here?
Right after render, you would have to pass the deconstructing argument.
Oh, so you're saying here to destructure the state here. What happens if, like, let's say we don't want to destructure the state, right? But even before that, I need to give a name to the prop. So you first, to pass a prop, you need to, what is the name of the prop that you want to pass? And then what is the value that it's going to contain? So this is sort of like key values, right? So let's say I like to keep consistent. So most of the times I name the prop the same as the variable or that holds the value, basically, which is going to be something like raised amount equal this dot state that raised amount. Here, this is the whole like thing about passing props. Here, I'm passing a prop to progress that is called raised amount that is going to contain the value that I have on my state as raised amount. In fact, we can see this in the React developer tools. So I just saved that. Progress, I don't know if progress is expecting props. But let's look at it here. If I go to the components, developer tools here from React, I can click on progress, and I see here. Note here, this is the props object. I can see the props that are being passed into progress. This is the progress component. Oops, where did the other go? Yeah, this is the progress component. I can see that there is a prop being passed to this component, and that prop is called raised amount, and its value is 0. Its value is 0 because that's the amount we start with. That's the amount we start off with, right? We can see like also like the React developer tools start using them if you haven't. On app, I could also inspect the state, and also is really good for inspecting what props are being passed to what components. Cool. So here we pass in one prop, raised amount. Let's say now we want to pass. We know that this. Another way that I like to think about this is like, what information does this component need? Like, what information does it need to work to function the way I want it to function? At least for now, it needs like two pieces. It needs the raised amount and the goal amount. It doesn't need anything else. So that tells me what props do I need to pass. I need to pass the raised amount and the goal amount. And that goal amount is going to come from the state. Now, if I still have my developer tools open with my progress component selected, I can see the props that are being passed onto the progress component. Cool. So I have the two pieces of information that I need, and this is why I say like, or this is why I refer to passing props or having like successfully passing props as a 2 steps. One is passing the props like the way that we did it here. And the second step is the receiving component using those props or expecting those props. So here, even though I'm passing that information to Progress, and we see it here as props, Progress is not doing anything with it. It might not even be expecting them. So if I go to the Progress component, I'm going to do with just command click on Progress. I see that the Progress component is a functional component. We see that I even skipped the argument. So this component in the first place is not even expecting props. So let's just have it here so that let's see expect them. And then from here, in this props argument here is going to be an object with as many keys as props you passed. That basically is this thing here. Props is, you can think of it as this object that we sort of see here. It's an object that has 2 properties, go amount and raise amount, the 2 that we pass. So then I can just come here and say, let's do maybe a P tag and say maybe $. Let's do, I guess let's do this on string interpolation. So I want a $, I want $, and I want to plug in props that raise the amount. From props that goal amount. Let me just add another money sign here so that we get something. And then we get 0 from, we have raised 0 from $0 from 5,000. That is our target. Yep.
I did mine just within an H tag, but I didn't further wrap it in curly brackets. I just simply have each props raised mouse in its curly brackets, so it's calling that directly within the line of text. Is it better to do to put it within the backticks?
I just did it in the backticks because this will be the other way that I think is less elegant.
No, okay.
Like with string concatenation, basically.
Right.
Basically this. Need some space here. Oh, maybe the $sign here. This works the exact same way.
It's hard for me to.
Let's see.
It's just simply, I just simply did this, and it works. I didn't know if I needed to further wrap it.
I see. No, that works too. What Douglas has is this. Let me comment this one out. Actually, I think that's better, just less crowded. So what Douglas has is this. From and that works in the exact same way. So yeah, let's keep this way. This way is like it's leaner. This is another way. We have raised amount from cool. So we now have the amounts that we had in app state. We hand them down to Progress for Progress to display those amounts. Any questions until this point? Yeah.
So it's a good way to think about it is that like the child component is a function component because it's gonna take in props, right? And class components can't take in props. Right?
Class components can also take props, but it's mostly like you will want to write a functional component or a component as a function when it's just a presentational component to display stuff. Like there is no, the sole purpose of this is to display information. It doesn't have to keep its own state. Cool. So is it clear here how app is passing props to Progress, and we see that this information, the way that I like to think about it, is this information lives in app because it's kept in app state. But app state or app is handing down this information through props so that Progress can display it. The advantage of that is, or this is the whole thing that is going to let us update information sort of from within one component, affecting the app state, and then seeing it updated on the other component. Cool, so we got 0 from 5,000. I don't remember. Cool. Okay, any other questions before we move on to actually updating this number, the raised amount? Owen. Yeah, this. This is how we pass props to the Progress component. I think you are connected. You could see the app JS from your VS Code. Yeah, this is app passing props to its children, Progress. If we destructure this here, like at the top, const raised amount and goal amount, as Joey suggested earlier. If we destructure this here, then I can get rid of this repetition on this dot state. That is the whole purpose of destructuring, getting or avoiding repetition. But if you have it like as this dot state dot goal amount, that still works. Okay, so now the problem is I want to fill out this form. I want to take in this value 433, click on donate, and update the state on app or basically increase the raised amount. That's what we want, update the raised amount. Then how do we do that? We do that through props, something that I had said a few times, which is the app component or the parent component is going to give a function to the children for the children to call, and that function will set the app state or the state in app. So what we can do then is So there's at least two ways in which we can do this. Thinking about which one might be the best way. So I think, yeah. We don't really need the name, or let's go with, I think, what most of you went with, which is, so we want to have okay, let's do this first. Let's just have it so that when you click on donate, not even like caring about these values yet. Let's just hit, when you click on donate, this amount gets added to the raised. So what we need to do is, well, at what point in time do we want that to happen? Yeah.
On the submission listener?
On the submission listener, right? So we want that to happen when we hit the submit or the donate button. Now we have an event listener to listen for the submit event that is currently living in the donation form. But now we need to affect the state in the app because we want to increase the raised amount. What that means is that we will need to, that app will need to hand down a function to the form for the form to be able to update its parent state. What we're gonna do is, I'm gonna call it handle new donation. This is a function that I'm gonna outline here. Oh, here, let's do like even a smaller version of this. Let's just have this function do this dot set state. Let's do let raised amount equal this dot state dot raised amount. I'm going to say this dot state dot raised amount. No, this dot set state. And I want to set the raised amount to be equal to the raised amount plus 1. So this is literally the same as what we had with the clicker example. Whenever this function gets called, what we're going to do is just increase the raised amount by 1. Now, how do we do that from within form? Because I want, when we click this button, we want raised amount or handle new donation to be fired, to be executed, right? So then here is where we need to, app needs to hand down that function to the form for form to call. So let's just go here onto the donation form. And I'm going to say handle new donation equal this that handle new donation. So with this, I'm passing a prop to the donation form. So that donation form can use it to update its parent state. I mean, just broken down into multiple lines because I have like wrap the text of my editor. But if I extend it here, yeah. Cool. So now donation form is being handed down a function to call. Then I'm gonna go to the donation form. Now, Shara, you said about classes versus, or that functional components can get props and class couldn't. But I said class can receive props as well. And in fact, they do. So we can look at here how donation form is a class, right? And we can forget about progress for now. On app, I'm passing in a prop here, right? So accessing props in a functional component is different than accessing props in a class component, and it's different in like a very small thing, which is when a class component is not a function, you don't get an argument called props. You get a property of this object called props. So what I want to do here is I'm going to leave everything exactly the same. I'm just going to have yes, here I'm just going to change the onSubmit event listener to be the function that came through props, which is handle new donation. So I'm going to say this.props. This is how we access props in a class component with the this.props property. This.props dot handle new donation. So that whenever I submit this form, when I click the button to submit this form, the handle new donation function will be called. That function lives in app and is being called from within the child. Or the child is firing that function that lives in app. Right? It came down to donation form through props. And we access it like this. This.props handle new donation. Now, if we see, that will give us this effect. Oops. It's refreshing. It's increasing, but it's refreshing. Why is it refreshing? We don't have the event prevent default on this one, right? On the handle new donation. So let's pass in the event here, and let's say e.prevent default. And then we get this effect, which is the exact same one from the clicker game. I click this, and that thing goes up. And here, like the flow is from here, we have the donation form, right, which is this, 2 input boxes, a slider, and a submit button, right, this is this guy. And on progress, we just have A from B, where A is the raised amount and B is the goal amount. And we have that we're clicking on this component, we're clicking on this button. This button is setting the app state. Then when the app state is set, what's the thing that happens after the app state is set? Render. So what that means is that then everything that is in the render of app happens again, is re-rendered. What causes that, what that ends up doing is progress gets called again, it gets rendered again, but now with a new value because pressing this button here increase the raised amount to 1. And now progress receives that new value and we see it updating here. This is sort of how we get information from one sibling onto the other one through the parent. And when I click, as I click, all this stuff is going down where the function in app is being fired. That causes re-render. App progress receives a new prop, or it doesn't receive a new prop. It receives the updated value of the prop with the new raised amount, and then it displays. And that's how we end up with that feedback that when I click on one, it immediately updates on the other, even though there is no direct communication between these two. Right? Everything is happening through the parent. it's like also another way to look at this is app gave a function. App gave a function to the donation form. The donation form is using that function to increase the raised amount in state by 1. And also app is giving that amount, the raised amount, is giving it to progress to display. So it's sort of like with the example or the analogy that I talked about, where with props, where app is the parent and then donation form and progress are children. Is, if we think of the analogy, I think it was, let's say a parent, like a human parent, wants one of his children to capture a butterfly, right? The kid is not going to be able to get that butterfly if he doesn't have a butterfly catcher or one of those things that you just swivel around. Then the parent will give the butterfly catcher to the children for the children to do its job, basically, to bring the parent a butterfly. Right? In this case, let's say that child will be the donation form. So app gives the butterfly catcher to the donation form to grab the butterfly. And progress is another child that has a jar where the butterfly will be displayed, basically. So the butterfly catcher is that function that we passed in, which is the handle new donation that the parent gives the children. Once the children has that information, the app or the parent is just giving that information to the progress to display it. So I feel like closest I can get to that, to a real analogy, is parent that has 2 children. It gives one a butterfly catcher to go grab a butterfly, and then once the parent has the butterfly, it just gives to another children to put in a jar to display it for people. Cool. So we have any questions, thoughts, or comments on how this is working? How I click this and the number on progress goes up. Cool. So let's now, how can we make it so that it actually goes up by the number that we have specified in the slider? What are some ideas for that? Vanil?
Instead of +1, maybe plus or whatever the parameter is.
Right, so instead of +1 here, we need to, instead of +1, we basically need the amount, basically, like the amount or the amount value, I guess. Let's call it the amount value. I feel like let's do donation amount. Let's do donation amount. So instead of +1, we want the donation amount, right? But then how are we going to obtain that donation amount? Right? But +1 is good because it's hard coded. 1, so no worries. Shar? Pass it through the function. You mean like here? Well, we can't really because this is an event listener. It's acting as an event listener. So in here, we will always get just the event. Yeah.
Pass it as a prop to the form.
Pass it as a prop to the form. That's what we're going to need to do. So this is an instance where, okay, we have the donation amount in here. This is the value that the slider is changing. But then it turns out that that information that is currently living in the donation form, we will need in app. So this is where the donation amount is like kept in the donation form, but we need it in the app. So that means that we need an app because we want to update the raised amount by that amount. What that means is that then, well, since we need that in app so that it then can be displayed in progress, then we need to lift that state. We lift that state from the form to the parent. So what that is saying is we need the donation amount to now live in the parent state as well. So let's do, here I'm going to add a new property. Let's call it donation amount. Maybe the donation amount will start at 0. Donation amount, oh, and then it breaks here saying donation amount is not defined. So I guess we can just get this from the state here. Donation amount equal this dot state that donation amount. Cool. So currently, if I hit donate, this doesn't work because donation amount is always 0, right? I'm never changing donation amount. Even if I change the slider, I'm not changing donation amount. So the raised amount plus the donation amount, which is always 0, will always remain 0. So cool. So I have donation amount here in my state. But then how do I connect this part of state to whatever value we select on the slider? How do we connect this donation amount to whatever value we select on the slider? Peter.
Whatever value you select on the slider, you have to do put in the props in the donation form.
So what props are we going to need?
Your donation amount, and you go in the slider. Oh, in there, yeah. It's called donation amount.
Let's do maybe this structure right here. Okay. So I'm passing in the donation amount to the donation form. Also, note here that I had, this is what the state of the donation form was, right? Let's look at, this is what we started with, which is the donation form had a state to keep track of the name, of the caption, and the amount, right? But now then we realize, oh, we need that amount in app so that we can increase the raised amount by the donation amount, right? So we sort of moved this. This is why it's called like lifting the state up. This stuff that existed here, now we realize that we need it in the parent component. So we move this, we end up moving this from here to the parent component. We end up lifting the state up. Right, so that's one step. So as Peter said, we need to pass in prop. So let's do, so here we pass this prop, donation amount, but that is only the value, the current value that we have. Now we want this value to be read here by our input type range here, and we want the value, this value that I had here earlier is coming from the state of the current component. What we want it to come from now is no longer going to be in state. It's going to come through props. Through props, that is being passed from the app component. So instead of this, I'm going to say this dot props, because we're in a class component, donation amount. That's what we called it. Donation amount. Let's refresh that. And you can notice how here, look at the slider here. You can see how the slider starts on, if I leave this, actually if I comment this out, the slider starts like here, not in the middle, not all the way on the left, but when I uncomment this, then the slider starts all the way on the left. This is because I'm setting the value of the slider, I'm setting the value of the input type slider to be whatever came through props as donation amount. What's coming through props as donation amount is 0 to begin with. For everyone following so far? Cool. Now the next thing that we want to do is, okay, we want this input that lives, this input that lives in the form to, whenever this input is updated, whenever a change happens, we want to update the state of app. We want to update, that all these are input for it. Here I mean the slider. Whenever the slider value is updated or is changed, I want the state on app to be changed, right? I want the donation amount that leaves the property that lives in state to be updated to the new value. So for that, what we need is, then app needs to hand out a function to the children, to donation form, for the child to update that property of state. We can see here that on the original approach, where we had state in the form, I had a function called this.handleAmount. Right? This.handleAmount is a function that I define up here. But we have said, oh, we're not going to keep state on the donation form because we need to share this information. And in fact, I'm just going to remove this from here because state is not going to be kept anymore on the donation form. All is going to be kept on the app. Right? But here I had, for the event listener that was going to listen for change events on the slider, was this function called this.handleAmount. This.handleAmount was a local function to the component, but we want to now update the state of the parent. So that means that then the parent needs to pass down a function for the children, for this child to actually be able to call it, to set the parent state. So in app, then we realize that for the donation form, we're going to need to pass in another prop. Right? App is going to need to pass in another prop that will allow the children to set its parent state. So here, let's call this function handle. Let's call it handle donation amount. I haven't written this function yet, but we're just going to do that next. This.handle donation amount. I'm going to go, so now I'm passing 3 things. My app is breaking because render cannot read property name of null. But this is from the donation form. Okay, I'm gonna leave this state here just because I don't want. We're just gonna remove it at the end, but we're basically not going to be keeping state directly in the form. We keep the state on app. And these things is breaking, and I don't want us to focus on why it's breaking. So cool. So the handle donation amount is a function that app will pass to the donation form for the donation form to update this part of state called donation amount. So let's define that function here. Actually, maybe underneath here. I call it handle donation amount. This is a function that is going to be an event listener because we're going to attach it to an onChange. So we will get the event. And then I want this to set the state. So this dot set state. And the part of state that I want to update is the donation amount. And taking advantage of the fact that the event has the target that tells us where the event happened. And with the target, then we basically have the input, the element where the event happened. Therefore, its value, if we do e.target, which is where the event happened, that value, which is the content of that target, which in our case, e.target is the slider input, the input type slider. And let's see if this works. Handle donation amount, just setting that. So now let's inspect in here. Let's inspect app state to see what we have. And on app state, we have in app state we have these properties. I wish I could make this a little bit bigger. In app state, we have the donation amount is starting at 0, donations are an empty array, goal amount 5,000, raised amount 0. And if we did this correctly, as I change the slider, oh, this is interesting. We have a bug. So as I change the slider, the text here changes, which is interesting. The text changes, but the slider doesn't even move. And my donation amount here is not changing either. Anybody has any idea why we might be experiencing this bug? What is the 99% of the bugs come from one cause? Spelling errors. So I probably have a spelling error somewhere. Maybe handle donation amount. This is the handle donation amount. That seems correct. Now let's look at here. Did I change it here though? Oh, here. So in here, I'm still using all the event listener. This is that handle amount. But now I want to use the event listener that came through props, which is this that props that handle donation, not handle donation, handle amount. And hopefully now maybe. Oh, so I can move the slider freely now. Let's look at the components. App. Let's look at the state, donation amount. Cool, okay, yeah. So we see that the app state now is being modified as the value of the slider changes as the function gets called in the parent, which sets the state, changing the state of the parent. Now we don't get the feedback here because this feedback is still reading from the all value, which was local to the form component, which was this amount here. Now instead of this, I want this dot props that what do we call it? Donation amount. And I think we should get the live feedback there. Yep. And that is then how we manage to lift one property of the state. Questions, comments, thoughts? We moved one property that lived only on the state of the donation form, and we lifted that to the app state. We did that because we want to update, because we want to have access to that number so that we can update the raised amount. In fact, I think now with the previous changes that we did, if I click donate, I'm able to donate. There's a small bug, but I'm able to donate to that amount. Joanne, you had a question. So we did that a few minutes ago. That is connected because the app component acts as a manager, a keeper, and a dealer of the information. We managed to connect the donation form to the progress through app, because app is passing a function to the donation form to be called whenever the form is submitted. Now, whenever the form is submitted, we're going to set the state of app, right? That is the function that I call a handle new donation. When the state of app is set, then the render is called again, which causes progress to re-render again. Now, progress receives the new prop, which is it receives the updated prop, which is raised amount. And therefore, we see the value in the display to update as we click on this one. So it's sort of like information is traveling sort of like from here to here, and then app through props to the progress. And this is all through props. How does like the value of the slider gets from the form through to app? It gets through with the function that app handed down, right? Then how does this information now, once it's in app, how does it get down to progress? It happens through props. Yeah, app is handing down to progress from its state. Yes?
Mine was throwing a weird error where it was concatenating on, like whenever I hit the button, it would just sort of stick the new on the end.
Yeah, mine is.
And then fixed it.
Oh, mine is doing that too. So you can see here that
Yeah, that's
0990, and then I move again, it's actually concatenating the number. And as Douglas said, he found out the bug. This is because I'm adding or I'm plussing the strings instead of actual numbers. So what we need to do is parse int. Let's do the parse int on the handle new donation here. Let's do parse int handle new donation, and let's see. I donate $0, no problem. 273, good. Let's donate 100. That's gonna be too hard. That increase. Let's donate 1,000, and that works. Questions, comments? Do you have something similar? Do you, if you get past this point, do you end up with something similar to what we have here? From the people that get past half, do you have something similar? Or cool. You got a warning? What does it say? So that means when you get a warning saying you provided a value to a form field, but never an unchanged, what that is saying is that you basically have a read-only field. And what that is saying further down is that you are setting the value of the input field, but you don't have an event listener to listen for changes on the input field. Or you may not have the correct one. other questions about how information is like once like this is another one of those like state is a key concept on React. Props is another key concept. Once you have those like nailed down, you are able to build complex React apps. And it's all about like then it almost most of the work, or I'll say like 50-50. 50% of the work will be creating the component, and the other 50% will be piping your information through your components. And yeah, any other questions? So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can once we come back, we see how to add the new donation to the donation list, and I think that will be it. What's up?
I'm having a CSS issue. Okay, I'm trying to organize like these into like different sections. Like I already set up the grid template to have 3 columns and 2 rows.
I think you didn't pay attention when I explained that. But basically, I have this. So let me just, yeah. So you have 2 columns, right? So this column, and you have 3 rows.
Well, I have 3 columns.
Okay. So like maybe draw here. Draw here the grid as well as the components where they should go. Okay, so you have 2 rows.
The progress.
That makes sense. And then this, like, you just the banner is not in the grid. It doesn't enter the banner. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Cool. So you want these. So with this, you end up with lines like the column lines are 1, 2, 3, 4, and the row lines are 1, 2, and 3. So with this, what you could say, if you want this donation list to go from line 1, from row 1, from row line 1 to row line 3, what you just need to do is, on selecting this element, you do read row, and then you do, imagine we are inside of the selector that is selecting this element. You set the grid row to be 1/3. This will put this element exactly in that position. I think the rest will just fit on the available space.
Okay. All right, I'll try that.
Yeah.
That's what she said?
No, I said the sweatshirt's really rad. I like it.
Oh.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, because like, why are you changing it? Okay.
Messed up somewhere. I don't know where I did it.
So let's look at the line errors here. I'll go back to there. So this seems to be like input donation form line 100.
This is 100.
I see. So then it's saying you set the value without. Wait, let's go back to the error. set either on change or read only.
In div 98.
Mm-hmm. So you do have the change on change about listener, I think.
Oh, so this was supposed to be this.
That is supposed to be that donated amount, yeah, or donation amount. But that still doesn't get rid of that error. So it is definitely that one. So let's go back to your code. Let's get rid of this spacing between the value and like the property name. Wait, no, that shouldn't be actually. What if you do? Let's do something. Let's do move the on-change under the value. But then you have to be careful where you're closing this. Just close it like maybe in a new line. That's what I do.
Still the same thing. Still read only.
Well, okay, so this might be because then if you go back, wait, this is for the slider, right?
Yes, for the slider.
So right now the slider you can't even move it, right?
No.
So then I think it's because this one is probably undefined or null. Handle donation amount. So you need to make sure that in there you have
Handle donation amount, which is supposed to be that.
double click on it.
Oh.
And yeah, just this allows to sort of see the highlights everywhere. Yeah, it is highlighted. Oh yeah, you have a spelling mistake here.
99% of all errors.
Spell mistakes. They are our doom. And then this is the same problem that I had. Do you remember what that was about?
No, I don't. Didn't, because you
It was
concatenated,
concatenating because that number, when you read it from the slider, is a string. So you need to parse it on like your handle new donation. And this is where I did. I think maybe here or here.
Thank
Some
you.
water. Yep.
That's what I wake up to every morning.
We know you don't talk young.
Sorry, I'm just not finding the problems. So this is still being controlled by the state up here.
Okay.
And there's a problem, I can't pinpoint it. And also, this is being changed here, but when I get rid of this, it's gone. So
Yeah.
I think that's an issue too.
Yeah, we did fix that, right?
Yeah, I don't know how I missed that. I shouldn't need that, right?
Yeah, like we're eventually gonna get rid of this here.
But I still need it now?
No, you don't like. You don't need it now. I think I removed it just so that nothing breaks.
Alright.
But I did make sure that I rewired everything. So Wait, so
So right now, like the raised here is just coming directly from here. It's not changing according to anything else.
okay, so that means that then, do you have the correct event listener on the donation form?
I don't bet. Listen,
On like on the slider.
I should.
This one should actually be the one that we wrote here. I think I called it handle donation amount.
Right.
So this should be handle donation amount that is gonna come through props.
Yeah, it's coming through. Okay. And this is still amount.
That will be the other one that we passed through props as well.
Donation amount.
I think so. Yeah, just donation amount.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
I get so confused
But
when I
know
think about it. Yeah.
Note that then this is this dot props that handle,
Yeah.
and then this is this dot props that donation amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, there's a class up. There's no class up here for that. So why is that allowed?
Well, this is not allowed. Like this is not correct.
Oh, okay.
We need to say this dot props.
Gotcha. Wait, oh, I see.
This dot props that.
Now it's coming from the
No.
class that's over here now.
That's correct.
But what about this one then? Is
The
this-
same thing. We
Oh.
do this dot props, and it's gonna come from here.
Okay. All right. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay.
Yep.
That should. I don't know. No, it's just like no.
Then do we? I think we didn't change on the update here. This one has to also be now
Oh.
this one.
Okay. And then that should be fine.
It should be fine. Unless this part.
So it's a 0 though.
Oh, that's because I think we said it's a part 0 from the state.
Right, and this up here is in the
Then there is
process. Right?
progress. Yeah.
I have it set up as the.
Raised now.
So it should be this dot.
No, if this is a function, then props is enough. Yeah, this
Okay,
is a
yes,
function.
okay.
It's only when it's a class.
But how come I'm still not seeing it?
Let's try now. But you have to hit the donate. Oh, so you donate is still refreshing the page. What that means is then that we don't have the correct event listener attached to listen for the submit event
To the donate.
to
There
the
is
form.
none.
We put it in the form. Remember that I said it's better to have an event listener on the form to listen for submit than to have a click event listener on the button.
Okay,
So
so
in the form, we have an event listener in the form here, I think.
caption.
Oh, you never put it here.
Oh,
I
I
had
see.
one there.
Okay, cool.
That event listener is going to come from props. It's going to come from the other component through
Oh, I see.
props. And it's going to be the handle new donation function.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
What's up?
I don't know. I think something's just wrong. 'Cause It's not taking like any CSS. Because like I put like a border on like
Uh-huh.
someone like the div.
Nothing.
And it's not even showing up.
Let me see. So, let's see. So you have donation progress. If we look at it here, we have this.
Yeah, and like when I like click on it, it shows all the like the CSS styles that's applied to it. But
Oh, but I think this doesn't show because you forgot solid.
oh, whoops.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
But then
It's still not applying the display grid stuff.
the grid. So
Yeah.
do you have Firefox, right?
Yeah.
Do you have it open in Firefox? No.
No.
Open it in Firefox. Firefox has a really nice grid inspector. I think you stopped using Firefox because we found a bug.
Yeah, it was.
But let's try it out. Just localhost with that. And then click inspect. And then Oh, so your app is grid. Okay, then click on this thing. And that shows you basically the grid. So everything is being put into one. Everything is being put here, which means that then I think we have a problem here. Oh yeah, so the thing is, you don't want to make app the grid. You want to make the donation page the grid.
Oh, yeah.
I think once you do that, everything is going to be fixed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we saw that we needed to lift the state from being kept just in the donation form, the amount of the donation, to lift it to the app because we wanted to affect the app state. And so everyone has something like similar to this, like maybe more than what I had, or maybe less. But then what I want you to do now is to, just like we lifted the amount, the donation amount, I want you to lift, if you haven't already, the name and the caption values to be part of the state of app, and to define event listeners in app that then you will pass down to the donation form, for the donation form to update the app state, the parent state, when something is typed. So let's take like 10 minutes for that. It shouldn't take more than that. So is it clear what we're doing? We want to, so far I have on my donation form, I got rid of this one. In fact, I got rid of that one. I got rid of the handle amount. These functions here were event listeners that will listen for events on the input fields and set the donation form component state. But we no longer want to set the donation form component state. We want to set the app state. So what I want you to do is to lift this state app, meaning move these two properties to app, then define event listeners in app that will then be handed down to the donation form through props to update the state in app, so that when you type something in the donation form, even though you're typing it in the donation form, the state of app is the one that is being updated. So let's do that for like 10 minutes. I'm just going to be circulating around if you have any questions.
Sort of also working on that, and all feels valid. Check that to make sure that number one, put in both of those, but I also didn't want to also use people put in their names, but also credit donors. So is that kind of close to what I wanted to say?
Yeah, this is it. You can also just do if not.
Oh, could I just do like if,
If that, basically.
right, yeah, because if it's, because 0 is, yeah.
0 is false again.
Wait, this is, you're right. Maybe don't delay your camera. Could be that for you.
you just take it from 1 to 4? Or, no, wait, row 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think it's just because it doesn't have a component. Oh. Well, let me see. Oh, this is infinite. You basically you have two outer leaves now. But you have all your stage. I was like one of those. You can't really retrench from things from a No, well, I was.
Okay, so the task that I gave you was to move the properties of state for the name input field, or the properties of state that hold the name input field and that hold the caption, that hold the value of those input fields to the app state. So I want to do that now here. Let's see. Maybe some of you could do it. Brianna, maybe could you try to do any edit on my page? Sorry. Could you try to add a new line where you have your cursor on my. And if you, so I think I think you are on app.js line 39. Can you try to add a new line there? Oh, I think you can. Oh. Yeah, I can see you moving. But what we want is we want to move, and you can also affect the scrolling. So what we want to do is lift the state up, or basically move the properties that hold the values for the caption and the name to be on app.js, right? So how can we do that? That they need to be passed as props. That's correct. And when you type anything. Oh, that's weird. Okay, like just tell me and then I can type. Okay, so to donation form. Okay. Equal this the name change. But is that this name property that we're gonna pass? Is it the value of the current that the input field will currently have, or is it the event listener function? Okay, so it's better than to have. So also this is sort of like a convention that I think React developers follow, which is functions or event listeners are oftentimes labeled or named with handle within their name. So like handle new donation implies that it's a function that is going to handle the new donation action. And for instance, handle donation amount implies the fact that it's a function that will handle when the donation amount changes. So that is just a good standard to keep. Functions that are event handlers, name it like handle whatever. So in here, so let's say we want to keep track of the name on app and not on donation form anymore. So let's do it like this. So I'm gonna on state here in app, let's just add name. And I'm gonna call it like donor name. Let's start with an empty string. This value, what do we do with it after here? So we have created a property on state for the value to be held, and now we want to pass it down to the donation form. So how do we do that again? Douglas?
Instruction? You want to add it to your const. I can't remember.
Right, this structure. So we can, this structure here. There's this structure from the state with donor name. When this starts to get long, this structure, what I like to do is I break it down into multiple lines. So I foresee that we're gonna keep adding stuff to this structure, so let's just break it down into multiple lines right now. and it will look like this. The destructuring in multiple lines. Donor name, then what's the next step after I destructure it? Cameron?
After you did the name, we'll do the function, right?
So I destructure here, so from here I am able to access whatever is in state.
Yeah.
Um,
Put it into
mhm.
the property.
Mm.
And you want to
Where that will be, like what line? So what I want to do is
in
55 or yeah 50. Yeah, let's do it here. And what do I say?
call it what, donor name?
Donor name.
Whatever you call it in
Destructuring.
donor name. Equals
Curly brackets dollar name. Now this passes that prop to the donor donation form. In fact, if we go to here, let me close this here on the side. If we go to the components here, we see that once I inspect the donation form, now we see donation amount being passed and donor name being passed. Oh, also we can see the functions. We can see handle donation amount and handle new donation. And it just doesn't show you the function, it just says FN parentheses that signifies that you have a function there. But there we just successfully passed a prop called donor name to the donation form. What will be the next step? Maybe somebody else. Owen, what do you think will be the next step in here? No, but continuing with like the donor name. So now we have the donor name that lives in the state of app. We pass that donor name from the state of app to the donation form. And that donor name will be whatever the user types in here, in this box, in this name. And so what will be the next step for having whenever the user types in here, we want to update the state on app, on the app component. So adding an event listener, where would I write that event listener and how would I pass it to this info field? We need to make it another prop, that's correct. What should we call this prop? Cool, that's a good name. So then let's pass it here. Handle donor name. That we call it this that handle donor name. And then we'll need to write like that function up here, right? The handle donor name function. And this function will look very similar to the handle donation amount, almost identical, set state. And then we call it donor name, e.target.value. Cool. So here, this is a very common pattern in React, which is to a component you will pass in two things. You will pass in the value that you want that component to have, and an event listener for the component to set that value, to modify that value. And this is a pattern throughout React. You're passing those two things, the value and what is effectively just a mechanism to update, to change, to set that value. And here what we're doing is we are passing the donor name, right, which is the value that we want on that input box. And we are passing the handle donor name, which is a function that would let us update that value, update the donor name. Cool, so we have these two things that we're passing to the donation form. Now, what changes do I need to make in the donation form for no longer using this name here? Right? I no longer want to use the name on the state of the form. I want to use the one in props, using also the function that comes through props. What changes do I need to make here?
You'd have to roll down to you want to go to your name. So when your input for your name.
The input for the name, which will be this one.
Right. You want to. You're looking specifically at your value and your on change.
Yes.
To fix this.
Okay.
So on change is a little easier to do. So simply after this dot, you can add props dot. I forgot what we changed it to. Handle new donor. Was it?
Somebody remembers what we call this function? Handle. I think I heard it over here. Handle donor name. Thank you, Joanne. Handle donor name, and what's the next step?
Then you want to change value to this dot props dot donor name.
Donor name. And with this, we have sort of closed the circle between the information coming from the state and I drew this circle before where the information in the state, we want to keep the information in the state in sync with whatever information is being displayed to the user. And in this fashion, this is what is known in React as a control component. A control component is a component whose value is being assigned from the state or is being set from the state, and whose value is being like read through an event listener. So this is what is known as a control element or a control input. And now if we go and inspect our state here on the components, let's go on the app state, and if we connected everything properly, we should see that as I type in something here, like ABC, we see donor name updating in the state of app, right? Let's say if not only adding dot work, but also removing one character, and we see that that works. So this is another instance where we lifted the state. We lifted that part of the state to the parent component, and we just gave a mechanism to the child component to update its parent state. And again, this is a very common pattern in React. Cool. So for the caption is literally going to be the same thing. In fact, also, let me remove these event listeners that I no longer use here. These event listeners were when we have like local state on the donation form, but because that information is coming from app and is also being set in app, I no longer want to keep state here. I no longer need these event listeners. The ones that I'm using are coming from state. So the next one what we're going to do is the handle caption. Let's leave the handle caption. We have handle submit. Oh, we no longer need the handle submit. If you remember, we changed this one to handle new donation. If we go here into like the unsubmit and the form, this is handle new donation coming from props, no longer coming from here. So let's do that, and let's just update caption. So for caption, same drill. let's do, so same drill, which is now app will have another part of state. Let's call it, I'm gonna call it donation caption. Donation caption. The next thing that we need to do, which is as Douglas walked us through, is pass in the value to the component as well as an event listener. So I'm going to pass in the value here, call it donation caption. Oh, I also forgot to destructure it. So let's destructure it here. Donation caption. Donation caption. And then let's have an event listener for handle the donation caption. So I'm going to copy this one, handle the donation amount, because it's literally going to be the same thing. Just this thing, instead of setting the donation amount, we're going to set donation caption. Set the donation caption there. Oh, I need to change this name here. Handle donation caption. And then just pass it down here. Handle donation caption. Close this that handle donation caption. So this is very common. You're going to be doing this over and over again, which is giving a bunch of props to a component, and most of the time you're going to have these pairs of passing the value and a function to modify, set that value. In fact, so here I sort of like divided it in like two groups, like the values here at the top and the handlers down here at the bottom. There is no, or at least not that I know, a standard for how you do this. You could also, I think maybe an even slightly more logical way would be maybe donation amount and then this one here. No, handle sort of the value next to the event listener. So let's do something like donor name. So handle donor name up here. Caption, we haven't passed in the caption. Oh no, we did have the handle. Yeah, so here is these pairs, you will see them over and over again. Value and a function to set update that value. Donor name, donation caption, handle donation caption. Then once we pass them here, the next thing that we said that we need to do here is one, just go to our caption, set on change to be the one that comes from props that handle donation caption. This one will come from the value of that input field will come from the app state, which is this dot, which comes through props. So this dot props that donation caption. And if we connected everything correctly, then as we come here and inspect, let's inspect the components. We inspect app. Let's see the state of app. Starting with donation amount, donation caption, donation name. Name should be setting. That's correct. Then the amount is setting, and let's see the caption is setting. The caption is being set correctly. We have our sort of feedback loop closed where anything that happens in the form will be replicated up to the state on our app. Cool. Then we can get rid of this. We can get rid of the handle caption state altogether here. Let me remove this comment that I had left earlier. Then, oh, this structuring we can get rid of, right, as well. This should work. Cool. Let's just verify. After you make major changes, you always want to make sure that you verify that your stuff works. There were people in the Unit 3 assessment that didn't verify the last minute change, and then their app didn't work. So you want to make sure that you verify changes. So here, what I will do to verify those changes is just go back here to the state and try to change it and see if it updates. So name ABC, amount, no, caption 123. Cool. Donation amount 701. And we have ABC 123 and 701 in our state. Cool. And we see that how this component, donation form component, has been basically reduced to the render method and no longer have state. The state is managed on the parent component app. And once we have this, which is basically a component that doesn't need state, doesn't need state. That's the main point. Then we could just write this as a functional component that just displays the information because we reduce sort of the donation form to basically just display and take in information. Question?
So now you have to, instead of this dot props, instead of function, have just props dot.
Mm-hmm. So maybe you can help us with that. So what changes do I need to make here to convert this from a class to a functional component?
And
Yeah.
you const donation form and equals to parentheses props.
Parentheses props, that's correct.
Arrow mark, erase extends and all that, and erase from render to construction.
Both. Uh-huh. That's correct, I think. Oh, we just need to get rid of this extra curly bracket. And we have a functional component.
Change it to get rid of this.
And then that's very important because now we get this error. Cannot read property props of undefined. And that's because we are no longer inside of a class. Therefore, we no longer have something called this. We have just props. So what that is saying is just get rid of this dot, which I'm going to do all at once with Command D. Oops. Command D. Oh, I think it's not working because I have Command D. It doesn't work for me. It should work for you. If you select this dot and then hit Command D, it will select all this dot and then just remove them all at once. I have to do that manually, which I'm gonna do. So get rid of them there. Get rid of them there. Rid of them here. Rid of them here. So everywhere I said this dot props now ends up being just props dot. After a major change like that, you want to make sure that everything still works. Setting hello and there, and we have our donation amount updated 3, which is this is what we want. We want the UI, whatever the user is seeing, to be in sync with the app state. In fact, the whole reasoning behind your app having a state is so that you show that state to the user in sync. Yeah. I think I had a question. You had a question, Douglas.
I'm sorry, I'm making this the reason why we can get rid of this dot for props.
Yeah, that's because we no longer have a class. Then, therefore, we have a function now instead. And once we have a function, we don't have this object. We just have its arguments, which in this case is props. And then here we basically transform this class component. We moved all its state, and this is, as I'm saying, this is something that you will do a lot of the times. And you're gonna write a component as a class, thinking, oh, this state was gonna stay here. But as your app grows, then you start, oh, I need to share this information. Like in this case, we needed to share information that we have in the donation form with the progress. And we said that, oh, that state must live higher up in the component tree, in one of the ancestors that has a parent relationship with the components that need to share the information.
Yeah. Does it break things if you have children built as classes instead of functions?
That's a good question. The question is, can you have more than one class component, and can you have more than one state? Right? Is that another way to?
I don't necessarily. I mean, in this case, we had to rewrite it a little bit to do it. But say, like, could you have just left it as like a class, but without a state?
Yeah, that's correct. We can just live. We can have as many functional components and as many class components with as many states as we want and as we need. It wouldn't break anything, but since we just didn't have any good reason to keep it as a class, because you want to have a component as a class because you want it to hold state, basically. And well, also you'll want a component as a class because you want it to hold state, and because what we're going to see tomorrow, which is lifecycle methods. Because whenever you want to use lifecycle methods, you will need a class. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow. Cool, so we are able to update our state. Let's see if our donate still works. Nice. Now, how do we handle these adding stuff to the list? How do we handle adding a new LI item with the name, with whatever name they typed in here, and whatever caption? How do we add it to a list here on the right? What are some ideas? And then maybe how did some people do that? Yep, Owen. Let me take a quick look. So, how did, yeah, question.
I was trying to like figure out how to, every time I type something to the input, it's automatically updating to the recent information. Because when I
You mean like
save to a variable and just put it on donate?
you mean like when you type something here,
Yeah.
then this number is going up, sort of.
The word, the name is going up. Like, kind of like the state. The name goes to the state.
I think yeah, I'll need to look at it. I think I saw some.
Updating it with the state.
I think I saw another hand in the back. No? Okay. So what are some of the ways in which you handle having a list of donations? Maybe Aranza in the back. How did you handle having like a list of donations? This is all the stuff that I have. Oh, the recent donation, you mean? In the recent donation, I think I have nothing. Well, I have an empty div. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, it's gonna be like when we submit the form, we want a new donation to pop up in the list. Mm-hmm. So let's see. I have my handle submit is this function called handle new donation, and what this function currently is doing is just taking the raise amount and the donation amount, and doing raise amount plus parse int the donation amount. Mm.
Something that's going to carry the object of the donor, like the donor is an object.
Mm.
One has the name, the caption, and the amount that they donated, right?
Mm-hmm. Those are really good questions.
So in this case, we'll be passing donations. We want to push the donor's name,
Mm-hmm.
caption, and donation into donations.
Cool. Is everyone cool with that? That was really good. Yeah, I am following you. That's a really good description of how you will go about like doing this. Those questions were really good. So what Aranza led us to was to this property here on state called donations. That is going to be an array. This array is going to hold donation objects. And we just agreed here that a donation or a donor, I think some of you are looking at it from like donors. I prefer to look at it from the donation point because a donor might want to donate more than one time, right? But we're just saying a basic donation should be an object. I'm not sure if you can see from the back. An object with three properties: a name, and a caption, and an amount, basically. Let's agree on the fact that this is what a donation looks like. Now, when we hit submit, what we want to do is just add an object that looks like this with the current values that we have in our input boxes added to this donations array, right? Now, yep. So this I think this is the trickiest part, I think, of this project, because of the level here that we have. Like before, we have just like numbers, strings, and that's easy to update. But then with the array, it's a little bit tricky, and we're gonna see how to handle that. So maybe Aranza, do you want to keep going with how do we do that? Uh-huh.
You can obtain the donor's name, the caption, and
I think.
Donation amount. Yeah, those three.
Uh-huh. Got it. So what the answer is suggesting is just with this structure in here, let's get all those three pieces of information that we're gonna need. So let's do const. We said donation amount, donation caption, donation amount, and then donor name. And we're getting that from this dot state. Great. Okay, so I really like this. So let's do here. Wait, so you're saying donations that push,
Yeah.
and we're gonna push an object.
Which is going to obtain all the variables. So donation caption, donation amount, and donation.
Got it. So I'm just thinking, should this object have like maybe instead of this property that I said here, like name, caption, and amount, maybe it should be like donation caption, donation amount, and donor name. The answer is that really like it's up to us as long as we keep the standard. I think I want to change. I want these objects to have three properties, which are this name, caption. So I'm gonna do name, which is going to be donor name. Then amount, which is going to be donation amount. And what's the other one? Donation caption. So caption, which is going to be the donation caption. Cool. Yes, Savita. You mean like here? Okay, so let's look at this. So I saw some of you did this, and I just want to maybe it's a good time for us to discuss. I think I saw something like this, or maybe even something like these two are these are. These two are similar, but not the same.
Yeah, but I'm saying like for the first one you have name, the colon, and then donor name. Doesn't donor name itself have to be in curly brackets?
Oh, here? No, this doesn't have to be in curly brackets. Because,
Oh, never mind.
yeah. If this is in curly brackets, that ends up putting an object as my name, right? And this is, I have seen some of you doing sort of this shortcut, which is great. You just want to make sure that you understand how it works. This shortcut here, what it's doing is, this is going to produce two different objects. Like this one is an object with three keys called name, amount, and caption. The value of those keys are donor name, donor amount, and donor caption. The result of this thing here that we're doing, I forgot what this is called. This is like shorthand object definition or something like that. What this ends up being is an object with three properties: donor name, donor caption, donor amount, whose values are donor name, donor caption, and donor amount. When you just want to have like the same keys as the name of the variable, then this is great for saving typing. Cool. So we do this, but then where is donations coming from? From the state. Okay. So does that mean that then I added here to this structuring? Donations. Cool. Okay, so I got my donations. And would this be it? Do I need to do anything else? Any? Yeah.
I mean, like in terms of this function, I don't know if we also want to clear the
Mm. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Cool. So actually, before we even do that, there is a problem with this which we want to be aware of. Let me see. I think I have some error here. Donation amount has already been declared. Oh, this is because this is what I had before the destructuring. Now, since I have it in the destructuring, I can just get rid of this line here. I think we're gonna put raise amount in the destructuring as well next. But let's get back here. So here we have. Yep.
One more thing. Should we change the handle donation to be a handle form submit instead?
Yeah. That is like another good name for like this function. It could be like handle form or handle form submit. But what you're suggesting is just the change on the name, right? Yeah, let's change this to be like handle form. Let's do a handle submit. Just change the name of the function to handle submit. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit difficult once you start to have like bigger apps, which is you rename a prop here and you need to rename it everywhere else where you were saying the same thing. A way in which we can get rid of that or get around that is by searching and replacing is a functionality that you should be familiar with your text editor. You could do Command-Shift-F and then search for handle new donation. Then this pops up. Command-Shift-F searches your entire folder for whatever you say handle new donation. And here it says that I say that on 1, 2, 3, 4 places, right? And then you can click on this arrow here and then to replace. So I want to replace this by handle submit. And this even shows me here what is going to scrap handle new donation and instead change it to handle submit. Then I just hit this button here that is replace all. I could also replace one by one if I hit enter here. If I hit enter, we should see this one change. We didn't see that one change. But I'm just gonna hit replace all. It's replacing all of them, and now everywhere where I was saying handle new donation is called handle submit now. And I think our app should work exactly the same. Donate, cool. So going back here, Anansa pointed out that we are not setting like the new state or here. So here we're doing something that we don't want to do, which is modifying the state directly. We are pushing to the donations array, which is in state, and therefore we're touching state directly. And I said that you should only update state with the function set state, right? And the confusing thing is that this might work. Let's try it out and see if by some reason it works. So let's try like broccoli here. Good luck. Donate. Oh, and I guess since we are not making the list yet, let's just look at app. Let's look at the state of app. We have a donations array that is empty, and I hit donate. And by a very confusing reason, we see that donations array now has an object with our donation. It says exactly the information that we set. But this is not, you shouldn't do this, and it's really hard to see like the why, but you will, if you start to modify like the state directly in this fashion, then you start to have really weird bugs that are hard to catch until you realize that, oh, I didn't set state the right way. So what we want to do here, I guess, so let's do what Anansa suggested, which is, let's just have, we know that this is updating. Oh, I guess actually this will be a good reason to see why you don't want to set the state in this fashion. What I'm going to do is, so we know that the donations are going to be kept in the donations property of the state on app, right? So let's just pass in that. Let's pass that to our recent donations, as Anansa suggested earlier. Let's say here donations equal donations. These donations we're gonna destructure here to bring it into scope from the state. Now, this very simply in the recent donations, if we inspect here the recent donations now, we see that now the recent donations has a prop here called donations. So that's the first step, passing the prop. Then the next step is doing something with that prop. What do we want to do with that array? Joy, what do you think? Let's imagine we have an array of objects, and every object is a donation that looks like this. It has a name, a caption, and an amount. What do we want to do with that array on the recent donations component? That's cool. And how do we display each donation? Okay, let's call like list items. Okay. And then how do we do that? We can have a function, yes. Remember that here, then we are going to be using props, and this is a functional component, so we get props here. So if we basically in props dot donations, we end up having an array of donations. So yeah, go ahead. Or a component? You mean maybe like, say more about that. Like a single donation component or something like that? We could definitely go that route. However, I think just for the sake of time, let's say we just want an li that has the donor name, the donation amount, and the caption. Or do we have what does it look like on the README? What was this called? Okay, let's do. I think it's this one. Oops, no. So is it just going to canvas and look at it? I just don't remember if it's all like in one line. But yeah, this is up to us how like we want to display this information. For now, let's just display it so that we have the donor name followed by the donor caption, and then the donor amount. Or it could also be just like the donation amount on the right side. Yeah, so in this case, let's say we want something like this. Let's say, yes, Douglas.
It looks like there's like a sub.
Okay.
So maybe 2 lines.
Okay. Let's go with that then. So we basically have a div, or I see. Now I see why, Joy, you mentioned the other component. Yeah, let's do that then. So let's create a component that represents a single donation item. So on here, I'm just gonna go to my components folder, create a file called, I'm gonna call it donation. Donation JSX, and this is going to be purely functional. So the first step that you always want to do is import React from React. Oh, thank you. And then const donation props. And here's what we're going to define what every single one of those looks like. What we want, let's do return. What we want every one of these to look like is, well, one thing is when you're doing a list, you should, or the semantically correct way to build a list is with either a UL if it's an unordered list, or an LI if it's an ordered list, and UL and OL, and list items. So even though this is going to be like a list, we could just do divs, but it will be more semantically correct to use the proper HTML tags for the right tasks. Tasks like creating a list should be done with list items, ULs and LIs and OL. So this is going to be actually an LI. And in this LI, I'm going to put two things, which is a p tag saying something like name, donated, amount, and then p for the, and then caption. It doesn't, wait, say that again? So it doesn't matter. LIs work with both. And also, this is because I'm focusing now on what a single one will look like. A single one will look like two paragraphs basically. One with the name, donated, whatever amount, and the caption. These are we're gonna replace in a few minutes. But then this is a component, and this is a perfectly fine component. Let's do export default donation, and then in a recent donation. Okay, or maybe Joey, could you keep like guiding us? So we have this component donation that represents that's in charge of displaying a single LI item for a donation. And we have in here, recent donations, we have an array of donations. Well, I guess, so we said that we want a list. So let's create a list here. Let's do UL. Cool, now in curly brackets. So, but you have the right idea. We want to, so what you said initially is we want to parse this array, right? We want to parse this array, and by this you really mean we want to display this array to the user, right? Currently the array, like for a non-programmer, the array is like doesn't make sense. Like that just information that who knows what it means. And what Joy wants to do is present this information in a way that a user could understand a little bit better. Hugo. So you're saying you have a function called donation list?
Huh?
You have a function called donation list?
Yeah.
Is that the same as a recent, or is that as a recent donation, or is that a completely different function?
I think in this case, they work the same.
Okay.
Yeah, so inside that recent donations,
Uh-huh.
there's another variable called donation list, and in there it does the map function.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is how we did it, like I think in a previous one, which is we basically have a list, an array of donation objects, and from those donation objects, we want to create donation components to display the information to the user, right? And we did that something like this, like const, maybe donation list, donations list equal, and then we're looping over the donations with props that donations dot map, and we basically say for each donation, what we want to do is return, create a donation component, basically. Something like this. Now we need to import donation here because, so let's do import donation from the current folder, donation. And then basically here we have in curly brackets, as Hugh Paul suggested, we just call this donation list. Donations list. And this is fine for the most part. We are just this donation list. We need to actually give each individual donation for it to like display custom information. But I think we should have something a list to display, or like let's add a donation here, just so that we see. Let's do donation here. So I'm gonna invoke the component empty, just to see if it shows, basically, to see if this component shows. So let me comment this, move this to the side, open my React, and we have that as soon as I see the page, we have this list item that says name, donated amount, and then caption. So that means that we built the donation component. Well, the donation component, even though it's not showing custom information, is displaying something. So we're using it correctly. So that's one point. Now let's remove that from there. Now let's see if when we add a donation, let's see if when we add a donation, actually a donation component pops up in the screen. So let's see. Cool. So as I hit donate, this thing pops up, and I hit donate again, and another one pops up. And this, you will say, this is what we want. This is the expected behavior, right? Well, we just need to change this, instead of being hard-coded, to actually be the name. Maybe let's do that next. But here we're still modifying the state directly, which we want to avoid. And we're gonna get to that like last. But okay, so we want to actually display here the name of the person that donated, not just this hard-coded text. Now here, how do we do that? Yes, you. So let's think about, where is that information currently? Like, where do we have the donations? Right, and let's say, so the donations array lives in app, right? And we are passing the donations array to the recent donations component through props. Now it turns out that we have another component here, the one that Joy suggested, which is just a donation item. Now we have like 5 components where the donation component is a child of the recent donations, right? So we have app has the state of donations. App shares that state or shares that property of state through props with recent donations. And we now have it in recent donations. Now from here, how is it that we can get it to the donation component, the single donation component? Yep.
So you take the donation that passed the recent donation.
So what Hubel said is you take the recent donations that got passed to our component here, recent donations, and we pass it to donations, right? To the single donation component. Now, do we want to pass all the donations to the single donation component, or do we want to pass like one at a time? Right, one at a time. Now, how can we do that? That's the piece that of code that here I'm missing. Here I'm looping this. What this function is doing is mapping our array of objects like this, mapping that array to an array of components that can display the information. Yes, Cameron. Just give it some props. So where do I do that? Okay, so I have this donation here. And where do I write like my props, and what are the names that are gonna give these props?
Okay, so you can use name, caption, and donation amount
Cool.
as the keys, and then use donation dot.
Great. So yeah, so that will do here. We can say to this component, I'm gonna pass in a name. I'm gonna pass in a caption, and we're gonna pass in an amount, right? Joanne? Yeah, we're gonna need the key. Let's see that next. And then here, how do we pass like every single one like individual? Is the loop is going to do that, because the loop, the map, remember that internally is a loop. It's looping over every single donation object, and we get that object, we get that current element here as, I call it like donation. Let's call it maybe donation obj, so that it's a little bit more descriptive. And then here I could just say the name of this donation is, well, it's coming from the property name of the donation object. So let's say donation object dot name, and this is going to be long, so I'm just going to start breaking it into multiple lines. Name, caption, which also comes from the donation object dot caption, donation object dot amount. Cool. So here is like, you will see this over and over again, which is, if we think about it, like we're actually moving a lot of information now. Like this information that we're going to display on a single donation component came all the way from here. Came from the user typing it in this box. Then we grab it from there, we take this to the app state. Then we add it to the array. Then the array comes down to the recent donation. Then the recent donation is mapping over that array, over every single one, and creating a donation item for them. So in fact, like here, this ends up with multiple donations, right? Since we're on a loop. Cool. So yeah, in this fashion, as Cameron suggested, we can pass in this information. No, this name is this one here.
No, the amount on line 13.
Oh, yes, it is because we did here.
The recent, what you push in the prop should be the same.
This one, what I pushed was an object with name, amount, and caption.
Oh,
Cool. Other questions?
My push is throwing in errors. Can we look at that real quick?
Let me see.
So this is what we do.
We push undefined. That means that probably here, when you do the push, look at here. This part here, you're probably not bringing that from the state, or maybe you have it with a different name. The donations array. You see, that's the advantage of sitting in the front. Yeah.
But it does go.
Which one?
In here, like when I'm constantly like I have I always check the and it will set the state so that. But then if I take this out, it doesn't.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, we can see that next. Like that's what's coming up. So. Yeah, this is to add, but any other questions up until this point? We are able to add this, but it's still hard-coded here, right? We are passing in, if we go to the recent donations, the recent donation, which receives the array of all donations, is going to map over the donations array and is going to turn it into an array of React components for the user to see. And now, the missing part here is that the component needs to do something with those props that it received, which is currently not doing. So it's receiving these 3 props from the recent donations, name, caption, and amount. Now here, it's not doing anything with them on donations.js. So instead of hard-coding this here, let's just do props.name, which is what we passed. Donated. In here, let's put $, and then curly brackets. Let's say donated props dot amount. And in here, let's do props dot caption. And let's see if that gets us where we want to be. So again, we're passing the name prop, the amount prop, and the caption prop in the map. So let's see. That donate. Cool. So we get it to say whatever name donated, that amount, and the caption underneath. But then I was saying that, or any questions before we see how we're doing the set state wrong? About how this is working. Yes, Joanne. Yes, we could do it without having it in a different file. Yeah, like basically, since this is a small component, right, we could just copy this text here. If we didn't want to have this component, even though we could just copy this, and then in recent donations, instead of returning this, we could just return this, right? You mean like the recent donations could also be in the app.js?
No, the part you just commented right now.
Uh-huh.
That part
This in the app.js. but then maybe your donation or this donation component represents something different for you and me, because if this donation will basically be when these elements that we're putting in here, and I don't want those sort of straight in the app. I want them in something that is wrapping them that we call the recent donations. So the answer is yes, it could be, but then our app is a little bit less organized and broken down. Mm-hmm. Cool. So, yep. We can. I'm gonna stay like until 7th. If anyone has like any questions or want to just talk after about anything that went down here. So here, let's just observe how we're not setting the state correctly. And actually, so this might be working because this apparently works. This apparently works, but this is not working as we want it, or it's not working in the correct way. If we look at app, the function that we are doing is, the function that we're calling is this handle submit. And you see that this handle submit is bringing all this stuff from the state, donation caption, donation amount, donor name, and donations, and is pushing to the donations directly. And I was doing something else here for like increasing the raised amount. And let's see what happens if I comment out this part that was setting the state and increasing the amount, just to see if the item will still be added to my list. So I commented that, and we basically end up with this function that is just pushing a new object to the donations array. Let's refresh to be sure. Move this, donate. Now the state is not being updated. But this is what you found out, Hupel. If we go to components and we go app and we go state of app, we see that donations, the objects are being added there. We see like when I add a new one, 6. Wait, let's see. 6. Click on it again. Oh, I guess I'll need to like click out and then click on app again. Now we see 7, 8, and 9. So this is why you don't want to like modify the state in this way. In fact, like this is just not the way that React intended for you to set the state. What is going on here is the state is being modified. It's being modified indirectly. And what happens when you modify the state indirectly is that then render doesn't get called again. And therefore, you don't see the new thing that was added onto the state. And now you get out of sync. The user is seeing something that is basically an empty list where in my state I have 9 items. Right? So a good point for setting the state with set state is that set state will assure you that the UI will render again, right? So the question is then, how do we do this, right? And also, this was working. This was apparently working because I have this set state here. Even though this set state here is setting something completely unrelated, this set state causes the right render to happen, and then we see, or it causes the render to happen, and when the render happens again, the state is read again and displayed the new information. So this is the kind of stuff that you want to avoid, where you're not setting the state correctly, but this is working, right? And that's just because this set state, even though it's setting a completely different part, is causing that re-render. The state is read again, and we see it. But if we saw that if we try to push like this, the state is modified internally, but we never get the feedback to this of the stuff being displayed again. So any ideas of how do we do this? How do we correctly set the state with set state? And I think we did this before, where I said we need to make a copy first, modify the copy, and set the new copy to the state. Yeah. With the initial state, not quite. Yeah. But yes, Savita. That's a first good step. So what Savita is suggesting is we could just do this dot set state and set the donations, right? Donations array, and set this to what you said?
You can just go back up to the state and copy the way that it's listed there into set state so that it can be set to the way it's originally.
Oh, I see. But actually, we don't want it to reset the state. What we want to do is we want to copy the array of donations that we had, add the extra one to it, the one that is submitted, and then set this new copy of the array to the state so that we set the state properly, basically. Yeah. So this, I thought this was what you meant. What you meant, Savita, but this is still wrong. And we're gonna see why. And I think this will also work. Yeah. And this one is harder to sort of like see why it's not correct. But if we think about it, like, this is the donations array is the same one that came from state. We just push something and we set it to the same thing. Like we set the state. Okay, so we set the state to the array that it was already set to. And in this case, we're sort of just setting the state for the sake of setting the state and causing that re-render. Which, like, I think this will still work if we just skip that, maybe, and we do. This works because we're changing this. We're changing the state directly. We're changing the state indirectly. Or wait, we're changing the state directly, but I meant indirectly. Well, the correct way to set the state is with set state, right? We're not setting the state correctly. Yeah.
Can you just change the variable name?
No, if we change the variable name, the thing is like changing the variable name doesn't cost us to have a copy of it. It's like having two variables that are pointing to the same thing, same value. Anyway, so what we want to do here is just make a copy. Yes, one last one.
When you do donation equals donation, isn't it like adding all of the inputs? Like every time you push something new into donations, then it's saving it and resetting the state plus that new one?
Yeah. So the answer is yes, but that is not how we want it. That's what we want, but not how we want it. And it's hard to like this bugs manifest when you have like bigger apps. But what we want to do here is basically when you want to try to set properties of the state that are like nested, that are not like straight into the state, like raise amount, which is like sort of a direct child property of the state, you always need to make a copy of whatever it was that you had there, then add the new thing, and then set this new copy to replace the old donations. So what we're gonna do here is make a copy. So how do you make a copy of an array? This is something that we actually should just know by heart. There's a few ways. You don't make a copy of an array in this way. This, I think, was what Hugh Paul suggested, array copy. This is not how we make a copy of an array. This is literally two variables pointing to the same thing, to the same array, which is somewhere in our memory. Peter, what's that?
You would loop through the array and push each item into a new array.
That's correct. We could just loop over the array with a regular for loop, have an empty array, and just push every element to that. We end up with a copy. We could also use map another way. No, but that's where I was being like well-headed, basically. So we know how to make a copy of an array with the map, with for each, with any of the loops, basically. Since developers saw that that was a very common thing to do, they said they created what we call syntactic sugar for just doing that all over, doing it in a more concise way without having to write that much code. And that is called the spread operator. So the way in which we can make a copy is, I'm going to say, let's call it like new donations copy. And the way in which we do that is we want to spread this array. So it's called the spread operator because it's like spreading, it's like spreading butter, basically. But in here, it's spreading elements. Now you need to say, what you need to say is onto what do you want to spread them. And I want to spread this into a new array. That's why I wrapped this into square brackets. What this is doing, internally, the spread operator is just the loop that we described, a for loop that is going over every single one and copying them. And developers saw that that was a very common thing. They created a spread operator for not having to write a for loop. Suzette is like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yes, so in here we just need to, once we have a copy, this is a true copy of the array, we can just say new donation copy. New donations copy, push, and then we want to replace the all donations with the new donations copy. The new donations copy, and now behaviorally we have the same thing. There is no claim, but we are setting the state in the right way. Also, I think some of you approach this differently, but here I could also just do this code that I was like calculating the raised amount. I could also just keep it here, right? I could just get rid of this. Then this got a little bit long, so let's break this down. Here we were bringing in the raised amount, and we were just saying, and here what we're going to do is we add the new element to the array, to the copy of the array. We replace the old array, even though it had like all the same thing, well, just one thing differently. This is the correct way in which we have to do it. we set the donations array to be the new copy, the new donations copy that has the new donation, and we calculate a new raised amount, which is just adding whatever we had in raised amount plus the donation amount that was just added. Now, I think if we go back here, going back to the page, refresh. Donate $5. $931, and now we have this exactly the way that we wanted it. So, any final questions or comments? Do you have you probably have something very similar to this? Maybe not exactly. I think some of you, I think Aranza, you calculated the raised amount a little bit differently. I think what you have is like just looping over the array of donations and just calculating every time a new donation is added. You just loop over the new donations to calculate the new one. In this case, we're like the way that I'm doing it is sort of calculating as we go, calculating as we add elements. I don't think one is better than the other. Both are fine. Yeah. Cool. Yes, sorry.
If you have like this push thing going on, you don't need to like set it stable to be redundant like you had before, right? And could you do like this dot? I'm just saying, I need to say, can you do this dot render?
That's, I see what you're thinking that, but we never want to call render directly. Yeah, we want render to happen as a sort of a side effect of changing the state. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I have never wanted to call render directly. It won't be a good practice. Let me know if you have a situation like that. We could sort it out. Cool. Making a copy of the donations array. I want to comment this with the spread operator. Cool. If you want it to reset the state or to basically empty the text boxes, what should I do? Jonathan? Yeah, I want to when I submit something here, I want the slider to go back to 0 or 1 or whatever my lowest amount was, and the text boxes to be reset. Hugo? Set the state. That's the correct answer. What properties of the state I want to set? Right, that's correct. So I just need to set the properties that are holding those values back to empty strings or back to 0. So that will be like donation amount. I think the donation amount should start at least at 1. Why should we start at 0? I think the original starts at 5. Let's start at 5. That's what we wanted. Let's just set the donation amount to start back at 5. The donor name to go back to empty string. And let's do donation caption to be back to empty string. And this will end up sort of resetting our state as I send, or at least resetting not our entire state, resetting these properties of the state. The donation amount, donation name, properly donate. That goes back to empty boxes and a 5 by default donation amount. Any final departing questions? Okay. I want to thank Arthur for the Dunkin' Donuts treats. So thank you for that. There are more, so feel free to grab, maybe to go to take home. Tomorrow we're gonna learn about React lifecycle methods, and we're gonna see that some of you have already felt the need for them. But that is it for today. Any final questions? Just let me know. I'm gonna be staying until 7. Yep.
Just trying, again, I like that many of these I follow what
So it's still showing that same error.
So I do try to, yeah, so I do try to be meeting with our, the maybe donation was just to, but, so, so it will load properly. We'll show the people that see it.
Oh, 9:50. Tell me.
I saw somebody that posted on random said like programming is like 10% writing code and 90% debugging. I think that was you.
I think I got it. So it worked.
Yeah. This looks cool. You added that like
Yeah.
Halo thing.
I mean, well, I think that's just how it is.
Oh, but like all your forms are like purple.
Yeah.
Because like mine are blue.
Yeah,
Maybe it's the theme that you have.
Alright, yeah, and then I have it to like update it.
That's cool. That looks cool. But you were gonna show me something, or that it works?
Yeah, no, I'm just showing you that I got like,
Cool,
the
cool, cool.
progress thing.
How do you handle that?
Well, let me see. Report donation progress. Oh, I like searched online for like how to like update like the style of like something based on like something else. So you have to set like the style and like its own object, and then in the
That's really smart.
class name.
Yeah, that's cool. So it basically plugs in here the percentage here for the width of that element.
Yeah, and that's how it gets like to change.
Yeah, that's cool. Yep. That, you know, like you could do that. Like let's say you wanted this slider to control the percentage, or you actually. Yeah, like you could just have it like with this slider. Let's say like we could have well, I guess we could give a visual feedback of this number,
Mm,
saying maybe a bar, a vertical bar that goes up and down as you.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. It's really,
I have an issue.
yep.
So the name and the slider all work.
So this is what is saying that caption is read only.
Yeah.
Do you get that error? No, you don't get that.
I was before, and now it just disappeared. So I don't know.
So this is the problem with this is that so you have your input box and you have your state, right? And we said that
They're not connected.
they're not connected, right? That's the problem. This will be like a handler.
Mhm.
So this is how you get text from here to the
Yeah.
state, and this will be the value. So we need to verify this basically.
So this would be the donor caption here.
Okay. And then and then, yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that would probably.
Maybe.
Oh man, wow.
I think that was it.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, what's the? Oh,
For the
oh,
keys,
we didn't
but-
get to this.
You can pass the key in and give it. I mean, if they have the same name, it'll probably give the same. But can we like
What-
like a function like pass it a number or something?
Yeah, we could just have like a function that
Generates
generates sort of like a key.
That would be the key. So they get rid of that, and I think that would be it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
I think I did something wrong. It's not, when I do the, donation, nothing comes up in the recent donations thing.
okay. So that probably means that is the way that you're adding, the way that you're pushing. So we'll need to verify like your handle speed basically. Also, maybe if you inspect the state, like did we look at the state? Maybe if it's updated internal. So like if you try to add something. Oh, actually before you hit submit. No, but now just in the here on app to see the app state. So we see donation is 70, right? That makes sense because we don't have any donations. So let's try to add one. So donation is still on it here, right? And okay, so then we find out that the state in app is not even being set. Also, like, did I see a refresh? If that was just my thinking.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so I was just the reset was like just that this went back to empty. Now let's just make sure that you're passing the donation array correctly to the recent donations component. So click on that one. And then we see here the props, the donation. So you are passing it. So what we're assessing basically is that you have this working. Like your app has a donations array, and that array from app is being passed to the recent donation. That's working, but the problem that we're currently having is when the donation form is submitted, nothing is happening to the state of app. Like the donation is not being added to that. So we need to check your handle submit basically. I think it's this one.
Yes, so it must have been.
Okay. Okay. So this is we need to look at this. One thing is it seems to be working partially because it clears out the input boxes, right? So that's good. Then let's look at the set state on your handle suite. New donation copy. So wait, where do you make the copy here? Oh, use So this one you want to make sure that is you push to the new donations copy. Hello, good. How are you? Nice day.
Oh, thank you.
I think that should be. Let's see. Oops. Okay. You got something in front of you? Oh no, you don't. You shouldn't have to, because the new donation copy becomes our donations after the update. But let's look at the error again. Cannot read property map upon the font. Okay, so then what this is saying, oh, no, wait, property, that donations. We did verify that app is passing the donations array to yours. Or let's maybe refresh the page. Let's just reassess that. So in here, look at your donation, recent donations, yeah. And we see it here. Right? So I think what's going on is this is the array, and that's why the map is working. It's just that the map is just iterating over nothing over an empty array. So that's why we don't see anything. But I think what's happening is that when you select and you click, then the donation is changing to something that is not an array for some reason, or just something that doesn't have map. So let's see it break one more time. Then let's go back. Let's go to your code. Props donations. Now show me app. And then let me just see you push, then you copy, then you donations copy, that's correct. Then show me where you call the recent donations. Oh, I mean like in app, what do you call the recent donations? This looks alright. Yeah, like here you're passing the right prop.
I'm saying like
on the first let's do something. Let's console out here. Console of props. And we're gonna see here. Well, I think we're just gonna confirm what I think, which is at first we see an empty object. In fact, you can look at it now. You console. You see donations array with an array empty with empty. Now try to add something. And you're going to see that that array is going to be something else that causes this problem. That's interesting. Not that it does it twice, but it's interesting that now from an empty array, wait. So, wait, props is, this is what props was, right? An array with one property donations. But now it changed to an array with three properties: name, caption, and amount.
Oh, wait.
So what this is sort of saying is that from an array of donations, we somehow got to an object. So I think it's somewhere you're doing props wrong. How do you? I think it will have to be.
You guys think?
This it should be.
The way in which you should make that happen is that in your handle submit.
She's saying she doesn't have to go.
Should have talked about it.
Wait, do you have, show me what you have instead. Donation, donation caption. I think we're gonna need to console log up here on console log, like maybe here. Console log new donations. And yeah, sort of maybe before and after. You can use the rationale back.
But it's the same thing.
What was the other one? Wait, where did it? What is it called?
I don't remember. I'm doing the page. I just have the tab. Yeah. I saw pictures. They were wow. Are you gonna? Probably not. Are you gonna? What? That is what?
Just give me on a regular.
A lot of people don't know. What?
I use them too.
It's a race. I'm just so used to my privilege treating. And we have a whole hour to get there, so things are something. Is it your birthday? Is it being 13th? It's by. Oh no, it's not. The pastry by the That's literally like 3 months. House dinner in your house. That's basically Soho. No, that's right by Soho. There was a museum I went to that was right there. The school's called Chelsea? Oh, Chelsea. It's not in Chelsea. That's confusing. It's so weird. That's very confusing. The Maximus are just so high. What? That's something I'm not sure. Yeah. Like on Zoho and shit.
Good night. I was gonna find out. Operations issue because I'm trying to figure out how to like do the percentage of like how many have been done all at once. So the like how much like a percent of how close you are to the goal. Which
Yeah.
Well, you just do the total raise divided by the.
right. No, but my problem is my app is like a step behind because like I'm doing the math, but like so I've got those two functions parked in I've got two different functions. One is handling specifically updating the total. So it's taking the new amount that's been donated, and it updates. We all did it together. So it's that same function basically that's increasing the total. That whenever someone matches donate, it adds that to the overall closer to the goal. And I made another function, because when I tried to do it within the same function, it was not working at all.
Is it this? Raise the amount plus.
The problem is, mine is very different from what was made in class.
Oh, he did it like this. I did it as a function. Why? I don't know. I wanted it to be dependent on the donations.
So I've got two different functions. I've got one that is grabbing the total and the amount, and I'm adding them together. And the second is doing the math to get the percentage correctly, which is the total and the goal, which you divide by and then multiply by 100. The reason I had to park in the second is because I need the updated total to get the right math. Because otherwise, it's always going to be a step behind.
Wait, so this didn't work?
It will, but a step behind, because it's always going to grab. Even though I did so when I call my
I see what you're saying.
thing, I'm like it's doing handle new donation, that's doing handle the total percentage after thing, because I've updated the total in this function. Second function should fire and get the right number, but it never does. I always get, like as you can see, it's just a little behind. I'm above my goal, but one pledge behind in the percent.
So, let me see something. So, open up the components on the console. Alright, here, let's put it on the table. No, where's the states?
You go to app,
Add wire?
and then you're right there. You got to actually click on app.
Oh, yeah, okay. Total percent 84.
It's a whole desktop over.
Oh. So where are you calling the function?
It's in app.
Okay.
So on the submit, it's firing new donation, and it's firing my total percentage, thinking that it's updated to total, but it doesn't. Theoretically, I guess it's doing all of it first. So I got the same instance.
Let's console log. This state the donated total, right? That's what you're updating.
Right.
I see. So I think you might have missed that step. What I do parse each when I'm adding them up. Because otherwise it's going to be
So 0% donated total.
Which it shouldn't be, because I've seen the database to always start with 130.
Zone is not defined.
I mean, it's a less important thing. I could probably, I actually have to hit the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already half an hour late.
All right, just quick thing. When you render it, the percentage. Where is it?
What do you mean?
Progress right here. Donated total.
It's
Are you calling? So when you initially render, you're not calling the total. You get what I'm saying? Like the total is not running. So this dot donated total starts off at 0 because you're not. Okay, let me just try something.
It doesn't. Though. I mean, if you look at my state up there, I've actually hard coded it to start
At 130.
at 130 because I haven't had the functionality yet to have it loop through the ads to get the ones I've seen. In fact, I may move the ones I've seen just to see. I mean, that's if I start at 0, then that might actually solve my problem.
Oh, well, you started at 0 here.
I start at 0, yes, but I don't start at the
Well, so look here, down here. I think all you have to do is just call the function.
Yeah.
This what is it called? This
I don't know.
is it in the state? It's a function, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta invoke it.
No, that's been there all day.
Oh, okay.
I think your order is this one right here.
That one. I hope I don't start breaking this.
Yeah, I don't want to break my whole code.
Yeah,
It's all good. Thanks for looking at it.
What I did is I had a function. So instead of a key and value, the value of the key was a function that calculated the total.
I tried that and that was just breaking the code again. So I built a function inside of Sorry to provoke.
Yeah, y'all safe. All right.
Token is the object with the donations property. Yeah, no, it's just a flow. Let's do on here console log props. And even before that, just console log string props so that we're able to identify. So console log string props. And let's see if there's an option console log. Yeah. We're going to do prop side. So when is the first time that we see props? Well, I think those are the one in abstract. And we see this one with the new. This is correct. They are already one. This is what we have. Props as a donation with whatever, however many objects we have inside. This is one. When we see donations coming in, so the confirmation that it's one already. And then you scroll down a little bit more and you see credits. Here. Well, this right at this point, something is causing the donation to become this thing, which is an object. This capture is an object. So cross chaining with this object donation property to that object name.
For you? Yeah. So many people, their stuff is not gonna be here. Joey just told me his thing is not gonna be here. Yeah, mine's delivered. Takes like 2 weeks to 5 weeks. Oh no, you could have gotten something else. But but you're still buying for him. Yeah. What's that? No, I don't know where I Is it? You don't drive, do you? We gotta take the train.
I thought it was just talking about like was it like
Oh, you said you saw the cigar?
no, it looked like someone that said like saying that I would have, I thought it was like maybe it would do it.
So at this point right here, like we saw that we lost the thing.
Oh,
We
but I.
lost our line. And at some later point, then we're just gonna see. But yeah, when we see this. Damn. I guess let's do something else. Let's do on your code. Search for donations. We see that this part works here, but new donation complete. We see it. Push. Totally. And yeah, keep going. This is the last one. Do we know if maybe they have also made this copy for more than once? Show me like wait, this donation show me the handle. Let's do some the handles made this console log at the top. Of wherever the country is defined. Console log here at the top. Console log this 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 that state. So now we have a bunch of so these are we're gonna do I think these are the first blocks. Right.
here, the console out here, I don't know how we can see it. There is a thing you can activate around here. Preferences. Show development. Now we can close this and then activate it. I guess we could just look at that. I don't think that should be it. But let's look at that. Actually, might be. So let's look at the map. So in here, what I need to do is just add a little property here called key. Then do key just passing that the donation object. This really shouldn't be it. That comes to a refresh time. The document key, open new tab, and then choose back to this one, and then the command value to close. And now when you click on this, oh, okay. This is so weird. Something is causing the state to change. Wait, let's do this. Do command shift F on the code and search for is that set state. No, you said negative. Have 4 set states. Something is causing the state to change. What about, let's search for, you only do push one, right?
Yeah.
Let's check donation item. I don't think so, but let's put it. How is it that one just called donation for the test discounts.
So like maybe I have to change the name of something. Change
That sounds like maybe like it could be getting confused, but computers don't really get confused. We are the one that get confused. Show me back your console one. Like at this point, the props are what we want. Right after that, the props are not what we want, and this means that there is a render happening where now props are this. You're not calling your component somewhere else, right? Like you're calling recent donation only once. Let's verify maybe here search for recent donations. The last thing that we could try out is let's put a debugger in the render. And if this is on, then you're gonna have to go home.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I have to go.
In the render. Maybe like after debugger return. So here we're like, here is stopping at every time the render happens, which is the first time. This is stopped immediately before it shows you anything. So you see the console is playing. Now it let it go. Oh, and then now it's gonna set on every keystroke. Now let it go. And then we can see like pause it on the next one. So move the slider. Now you see now it's stopped here because every set state is called a render. And then we can expect these things. This is what we expect, right? The donations are here, right? Which one? The donation amount. Oh, I think it's gonna be after you release it. Maybe. Oh, it's 20. That's weird. Donation amount went to 40. Okay. Now hit donate. And here we see donations being what we want. I think. Yeah. So donations. I think that's after the set state cleared it, and now we have the important thing here is that on donations we give our donations. Okay. We have our object and then zero. So that's good. Now let it go. On the next one, oh, I was expecting it to stop again. To sort of like stop one last time.
Let's consider some recent donations component. Consider adding an error boundary to.
There's something else. Let's see here. Could it be? I'm thinking that it might be that in the component that you're using, recent donations. Banner form, recent donations, progress. You don't have any other components. I'm gonna remove the render, the debugger from here. explanation is called again, this time with an object that is not one with function. So re-explanation is being called twice for something with something that is not one with function. And that process is key. Oh, no, it's one second. Yeah, I think we have to see how it's working. Do you have this